Hello, everyone. How are we all doing today? So, uh, welcome Paul Fly, welcome Nell, Jan, Jim, Daniel, Jay, Andrew, and David. Welcome all. Um, you might notice I am here by myself. That is because Zetamath is. Let's see. I'm tracking him on the map, and he's about half a block away from here. So when he gets here, we'll do some puzzles, but it will be just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, do I have any announcements about the stream? I don't think I do. But how is everybody? Uh, just uh, just chatting. Welcome, Isabella. How are you doing today? Uh, yeah, still riding high, kind of, from SudokuCon. It was such a great experience, and uh, such a great time to meet a lot of you and to see you again, Daniel. Welcome, Lakia. We're going to do some puzzles in just a few minutes. Uh, in the meantime, I'm just sitting here talking to my my camera. Chocolate cake, excellent. What is there an occasion for Isabella says she has chocolate cake. Is there an occasion for the cake, or is it just cake for cake's sake? Yeah, I had a great time at SudokuCon hanging out with Daniel and Tallcat and others. It was great to meet Nell. Uh, and Paul Fly, of course. A new store that sells chocolate cake opened close to my house. Well, that is a good reason to have chocolate cake. Uh, Chocolate cake is an occasion. I agree. Uh, One of the most terrifying things about being an adult is you can just go and buy chocolate cake anytime you want to. Uh, it's like, but how am I supposed to not do that just all the time? Uh, all right, where is Zetamath? He was half a block away 2 minutes ago. Oh, he is literally home. Um, oh, I hear him. Walking into the house 5 minutes after the start of stream. Uh, all right. So, we did a bunch of octoquadris last time, and for those of you who are new to this, octoquadris are 4x4 puzzles where digits don't repeat in a row or column.
I'll be here shortly.
Hi, everything's set up. Say hello to Chad.
Hello, chat.
Uh, Digits don't repeat in a row or column, and you use 8 of the digits from 1 to 9, and each digit that appears in the puzzle appears exactly twice. Um, Andrew Sarkis with a hot take that pizza is better than cake. Um, I, 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 I don't know how I feel about that. I eat pizza more often. Uh, but okay. Paulfly just beat the main goal of Blueprints. I think we're going. I think Zetamath is going to stream Blueprints eventually. So anyone who wants to see him play Blueprints is eventually going to get to see him play Blueprints, I believe. But he has a stream game coming up before that, and I don't remember what it is. So there's that. Oh, there's a Zetamath. Let's see. Can I get Zetamath's camera on here? Uh, there. I think chat might be able to hear you now. Let's do a sound test.
Hello, chat. How are you?
Sounds good. Is the mic right in front of you and everything?
Uh, yes, it is now right in front of me. It was when I said that, but then it wasn't when you asked.
Cool. Well,
Ooh,
the
chocolate
sound
cake
looks
and pizza.
good.
What
Chocolate
about
cake and
chocolate
pizza.
cheesecake?
Uh, Paul Fly was just expressing excitement for you playing Blueprints on stream.
I see, I see. I think I'm going to play that other one that I can only remember the name of half the time first because I'm way more excited for that one. But I do want to play Blueprints eventually. Uh, Lingo and Lingo 2 look like exactly my kind of game. So I have been basically just holding myself back from actually just playing them off stream because I really think they'll be fun stream games. But I haven't gotten a chance to do it yet, so we'll see.
All right. I held off starting this because you're definitely going to want to be around for the rules explanation.
I see.
Uh,
I can solve row one of the mini Octoquadri.
well, the chat hasn't seen it yet, so
I see.
uh,
I suspect chat will also be able to solve row one of the mini Octoquadri, or the
well,
mini U-Bahn, whatever.
quite possibly. I haven't started looking at it yet. So let me get this up on my screen properly. Um, let's see. Oh, I didn't get annotations up. Okay, there we go. Yes, this is an Octoquadri U-Bahn. Let's see. Okay, can everybody see the puzzle now? It should be taking probably most of the screen. Oh, no, I didn't mean to annotate. Go away, annotations. There we go. Uh, Isabella is solving this right now, apparently. Well, this was set for our Octoquadri Setting challenge. This is part of a two puzzle pack. This one was set by Shintaro Fushida-Hardy. Uh,
I am excited to
welcome.
solve this one.
Welcome,
This
Shintaro.
is sort of like a pair of puzzles that were set by Shintaro Fushida-Hardy and
Maze Gator.
Maze Gator. There we go. I couldn't remember his Sudoku name there. Uh, and we did the Maze Gator one last time, which was excellent. It was a weird pencil puzzle genre I'd never heard of that for some reason has 12 in the name, even though there weren't 12 of anything in it. Uh, Shade 12, Loop
Loop
12, Maze
12.
12, Loop 12. There we go. So I'm looking forward to this one, which has a similar idea.
It has a similar large grid, small grid mapping. Okay, so uh, Octoquadri is a regular octoquadri, uh, uh, which I just explained the rules to that, but it's you place 8 of the digits 1 to 9 in here so that every digit that you place appears exactly twice. Oh, the loop was in a 12 by 12 grid. That's true.
I see. Are Loop 12s always in a 12 by 12 grid? Is that part of the rules?
Uh, no repeats in a row, column, or box here. And then whatever digit we don't place goes in here. Then these puzzles are both valid U-Bahn puzzles, or U-Bahn if you prefer. Uh, we draw a connected loop network through the centers uh, of some cells in both grids. Let's see, center only. Uh, let's see.
Does
Sorry,
this
I just
puzzle have
got
lying clues or something?
no. Um,
I think the first two rows are impossible, but maybe I don't understand one of the rules.
uh, okay. Uh, draw a connected loop network through the centers of some cells in both grids, which may branch or turn, but may not have any dead ends. Clues indicate how many times the corresponding line shapes, crosses, branches, straight lines, or turns appear in the corresponding row or column, irrespective of the line shape's rotation. We assign the value 1 to turns. Turns are have the value 1. The straights have the value 2. Branches have the value 3. And crosses have the value 4. In this grid, if the loop enters a cell, or if the loop network enters a cell, then that cell has to agree with the value of that loop component mod 4. So if the Mini-Bahn is like, if this is a branch here, then this can either be a 3 or a 7, but no other digits. You still here, zetamath?
Yeah, I'm reading the rules, trying to understand why the thing that I think is broken isn't broken.
And this
is just not possible, I think. So there's a rule. I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Oh, well, this is just a standard U-Bahn up here. So there aren't any special rules.
Oh, right. No, it's okay. It's okay. Never mind.
Each cell in the mini octoquadri corresponds to one 3x3 box in the Megabahn, and the value of the cell is the number of the dotted edges in this box that are crossed by the loop.
I see.
So this crosses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 internal edges in the box. So this digit would be a 5. And therefore would have to be a turn in this octoquadri. So that's the interaction, and I think that's all the rules. Yes,
okay,
that
is
is
12 by 12.
Yeah, and there are 12 internal edges in each 3x3 here. So we can only cross maximum 9 of them.
So there are at least 6
and I will
turns in row 1.
I will note just again that a digit in this grid that is unvisited by the loop can have any number in it.
Specifically, no, David or David.
Not every cell of the mini grid must be visited, and cells that aren't visited don't have any constraint on what the digit is.
You probably should just write in what row 1 of the mini or the mini U-Bahn is, because it's got to be that. Because my straights can only go horizontal, and so you should mark those. That whole row is done, so you should mark it in whatever your done color is.
I don't have a done. I've never done an U-Bahn puzzle.
I have mine, but my color palette's different than yours. So whatever you want, you just have to agree on a. You have to agree on a color for visited by the loop, and a color for finished.
Okay.
Uh,
Green is finished then.
okay.
Uh,
And
so
blue for, or whatever, for the visited by the loop. Some color for visited by the loop.
so sure. So this is a 2-6 pair by the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, I
and
usually use blue and green for done and blue for, and like the zeta blue for visited, but just color these for sanity.
and these are from 159.
Okay. This cell must extend down because if it doesn't, you can't put a T in the column.
Uh, and this one can't be a T because
Well, if it is a T, it extends down.
oh.
So I guess that's Tris logic. My argument was either it is the T or it's not the T, in which case it still extends down. Uh, uh, yeah, I assume this is going to be very beginner friendly. Uh,
I'm
okay, and
pretty
now
sure this is my
blue
first
for that.
U-Bahn.
I think you've done one or two on stream with me before. But I could be wrong. Okay. Uh, now those 15926s, they do actually tell us something about what's going on in this puzzle, right? Because there there's no circumstance in which the digit in the little grid tells us nothing about the digit in the big grid, right? It's just the digit in the little grid might mean nothing about the little
I
grid.
yes, the digit in the little grid always tells us stuff about the big grid.
Okay. Uh, so, and it's just the number of dashed sides, so we're not ever counting
You don't
crossings of the shaded cells, right?
uh let's
So,
see.
like,
Uh
that doesn't count for anything about anything, right?
Isabella asks if I can move the grid a little. Let's see. She says that's better. Okay. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was asking, this doesn't count, and I think it's only dotted
Yeah.
edges that we
Yes, it
count.
is only dotted edges that we're counting. Edges between boxes don't count for anything.
I was hoping that I could prove that it was impossible to have a one, but I fear I have not proven that it is impossible to have a one. Uh, though I think one is very unlikely.
I agree that one is probably unlike. Well, one's got to be impossible. Oh, maybe not.
Now, you should go back to what I was saying before. This number needs to be at least six, and it's even. So you can somehow note that, like, write 6+ in the cell or something. Because because of the zero, every plus in the row below has a turn above it because there's nothing else that could go above a turn. Uh, yeah, and we'll just remember that that could be 10 or 12. It's not 7 or 9 though, because it's even. Because there's always an even number of turns in a edge of an U-Bahn. Okay.
Welcome, Olima.
Uh,
Also, hi, Cogito. And Matt Laffey. I've been remiss welcoming people.
yeah, I guess that's a good point, David. I was thinking like, oh, the fact that the crosses could be between the boxes sort of ruins everything. But it doesn't really. A cross in row two is either adding 4 edges or 3 edges to its box. Uh, so like at a minimum, that's 15 edges in these boxes, I think. Uh,
Yeah,
uh, Now I'm making sure there's no nasty double counting there, which there is nasty double counting there because of this situation. Uh, that does this edge got counted or sort of double counted or whatever. I think. Uh, so like if all five of them are in a row, then I
but that's
think we can
still
sort of get away.
but that's still three edges each.
It doesn't have anything to do with the border. Uh, yeah, the point is just if you put five of these in a row, like just put five crosses next to each other, it's not going to consume 15 dotted edges because you're counting the same dotted edge for two different things, I think.
Oh.
Uh, but you're right. I think in order to demonstrate that, I think you need to be slightly more nuanced about it. How many dotted
So
edges is that actually? Uh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
14. Okay. Okay, so I'm almost positive we can argue that there has to be a 9 in row 1, although I really don't want to unless I absolutely have to. Uh, but I think there's no way we're getting fewer than that number of
And
crossings.
what if we shift it this way? Because these are the two cases without loss of generality. Uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it's 14 either way.
Okay, but there's not really only two cases. There's just two cases where all five are next to each other. Uh, but
Yeah,
I'm
but that's still a minimum.
I'm I don't want to claim that unless I absolutely need to claim that, but I think it's true. Uh,
That just means that this row needs to sum to at least 14.
Yeah, and notice that 14 is nowhere near the actual minimum because it's not like you could make the row that. Uh,
All right, so this is
so
8. So
yeah, so we need a 9 in there.
these two must add to at least 6. Sorry, 5. No, 6. Yes, these two have to add to at least 6.
And not at least 6, more than 6.
Right, because there are going to be other.
Yeah, so if we believe that, I'm willing to humor it and just corner mark a 9 in that row if you would like. Uh, okay. We know there's at least two crosses over there. Just looking at there are a lot more clues about four ways than there are in most puzzles. So it does feel like that is worth contemplating. Uh, let's see, no three ways up here. Uh, one straight in this row. Let's see, two of these and two of these. I haven't done a U-Bahn in so long. Uh, I blame Chet. Uh, let's see. The no T's here means that if you just look at how many of the row one things we have, it's literally just the number of, oh, it's half the number of corners uh, in this row. Uh,
Welcome,
So
Jean.
yeah, so I think we actually want to do this math. So at minimum, the number of crossings in row one, importantly, none of which are the crossings we've already counted from our plus sign. Uh, the crossings in row one, every pair of corners gets us one crossing in row one, which is an additional, at least an additional three at minimum. Now, if we add some straight lines in row one, that'll be even more. But basically, what we're saying here is that means our minimum now is 17. And so I got 17 by taking our previous minimum of 14, which doesn't actually take into account everything that we needed, uh, and adding half of the minimum here, which is 6.
Uh,
So that's 17.
Jean says, I feel like this puzzle was made for Zeta. Jean, this puzzle was literally made for Zeta. It's a response to a zetamath setting challenge. So
Okay, so that
17.
brings our minimum to 17, uh, which unfortunately is exactly where we are presently.
Doesn't that rule a 1 out of these?
I thought it did the first time I did the math, but now I think that if I put a 1 in those, it makes it add to 18.
Oh.
Oh, and my math is wrong. My math is wrong because my math forgot that I can actually bury corners across these edges. Uh, so actually the minimum of 3 is actually a minimum of 0. But we might be slowly journeying towards proving we have to do that, but I'm not sure yet. But I now think that we're actually supposed to do this. I think we're supposed to prove that we end up with a minimum number of possible crossings here. But the minimum here is secretly 0. Okay, so maybe we're just supposed to like add in all of these. I'm trying to figure out what the most economical way to do this is, because I'm wondering if we're just supposed to add in all the edges that don't count and then subtract them afterwards. Might make this easier. Uh,
It's true. These crosses have to be in uh, exactly 3 boxes. We can't have crosses in all 4 boxes because of this 2-6 pair.
that is true. That's a good point. So maybe it's worth marking like what cells definitely can't be crosses if we think about it. So like, of course, that can't be a cross and that can't be a cross. But we actually know, and I'm just going to pick one at random, one of these sides can't have crosses at all. And we need to get to 5 crosses. So I guess we could go. Yeah, that still leaves lots of room, I guess. Because I can even put 3 crosses in one box, I think, right? Uh, I guess not, because the middle boxes, I can't do that actually,
You
because that is more than 6.
don't. If you
Uh,
put 3 crosses in one box.
that's more
Oh.
than 6 is the problem. So you can't put 3 crosses in any box actually, because you can't put 3 crosses in the outer boxes, because there's only 2 places you could put the crosses. And if you put the 3 crosses in one of the inner boxes, then that's a total of 8 dotted lines crossed. So, in fact, if we look at it, the absolute maximum is 2 in any one of these. So we have 2 boxes that have 2 crosses and 1 box that has 1 cross
Yep.
in row 1, and 1
Yep.
that has 0 by your previous note. Okay, so I don't know what to do with that, but that is
That
something.
was Ron's note, by the way.
Okay, yeah. So,
But there's only one degree of freedom. As soon as we identify Well, I guess it's going to depend on, but at least for
Okay. Is it possible? Let's figure out if we can really put the two crosses in the box in the middle. So if I want to put two crosses in a box in the middle, it's going to have to look either like that. How many is that? That's uh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 right there. Uh, so I would be obligated to. No, I can't make it. Oh, I would be obligated. Let's see. Can I make this work? No, I can't make that work because the one at the
well,
top, this needs to take another one.
you'd have to
This needs to take another one,
yeah, that
is the
doesn't
point.
work. So you can never
So
have
then what
two.
about the other configuration, which I suspect is going to be worse, but maybe it's not. How many is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, but this one does work
Yeah.
because I could just skedaddle these out whichever way I want. Okay, so I am doing if the two crosses are in one of the top two inner
The
boxes, then it has to look basically exactly like this. Uh, yeah, column nine's clue is eventually going to be useful. It's not there yet, but it's going to someday be that. Uh,
Oh, well, that certainly means that you can't have two crosses in this box. You can have at most one cross in this
well,
box.
we know that if there's any crosses in this box, there's 0 crosses in this box.
Huh?
So because we know there's 0 crosses in the box that's labeled 2.
Yeah.
But what chat asked is a somewhat wise question, which is it actually possible to finish this box and make this box a 2 now? But there are a
Uh
couple options, keep in mind, and I think it's okay, unfortunately. I think we could make it work. Uh, so I don't think we're quite
I mean, we could just
at
go
proving
go
2.
like that basically.
Yeah, I mean that would make it 2, for example, and you've actually
Although
got
that
way
doesn't
more
work.
freedom than that.
Uh,
Uh,
this would also have to be a cross, I guess, by this clue.
why can't it just be a turn?
Oh, it could be a turn, I suppose.
And yeah, and this didn't have to go down. That didn't have to go down. We made lots of choices to even get here. I was only concerned about box 2. So if box 2 has 2 crosses, then it looks like this. Now, here's the more exciting thing. We do know one of the ends. I don't know which one, but one of them has 2 crosses, and we know exactly what that has to look like. So one end or the other has to look like this, just on the base. Uh, so it's either that or that, at a minimum, maybe both. Uh, maybe you should draw this in. I don't know if me drawing it in is as useful. What is that number of at minimum? What in terms of number of dotted crossings? So we've already hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. This is already 6. So they can't both be that. So that gets us a bunch of actual marks because just by doing this, if I put 2 in a side, that number is at least 6. Well, that means it's a 9. So therefore, one of the inner boxes does have 2, and by the point that Matt Laffey has been wanting me to address for a while, it's not this one because there's a 0 here. So you can draw in the crosses in this box, and you can fill in a digit here. And we can do a 6 dance. Boop, boop, boop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Boop, boop, boop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Boop, 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 boop. Waha! Thank you, Big Z. Thank you. You almost rolled away there a little bit. Okay, and now we have X's on every dashed line in this box because it already is at 6. right? I think it's already at 6. So that gives you a bunch more things that you can fill in, and you can start marking colors on things. So like these 3, are completed.
So these have to turn out.
Those have to turn out, correct. This is empty.
And
You can gray it.
these 4 are finished.
Yep. And this one too.
And this is gray.
Yep, and this is gray. I would have gone for a more oppressive gray to indicate that it is unvisited. And then I would take your little blue and put it in all of these dinky cells that we know have our thing.
I can make my gray more oppressive.
Yeah, that sounds good. Uh,
Like that?
okay. Yeah, that looks good. You can ungray the random stray cell just so that we don't get tripped up by it later. Uh, so these aren't T's, and there's only one straight line. So one of these turns out, I guess. Uh, this 2 in this box is very interesting. Let's see. Can we do anything with the 2 in this box? Uh,
Oh, the fact that there are only 2 turns in this column? Or. Oh,
no, the
no,
fact
the
that
fact that there
this
are only
2,
2 crossings in this box.
like if this comes here, it doesn't work, right? Because I've got to get this out of the box, and that's going to require at least crossing one edge. Oh, no, yeah, and this is going to require crossing at least one edge, and it can't be the same edge. That doesn't work. So, right, so this has to do that. So that means this turns down and is a complete corner.
And. Well, no, we only have one crossed edge so far.
Yep, one crossing is fine, but you can make this green. Okay, so now this is gray because it would immediately add 2 corners if it were not. And ditto the cell immediately to the right. Okay.
I don't know if that's true.
Oh, right. Sorry, you're right.
Couldn't
Not the
we
one
just
immediately
do
to
that?
the right. Yeah, that one's okay. Sorry, that one's okay. Yeah, you're good catch, Devin. This one was right. This one was right. This one though, this is also gray for the same reason because anything that's there would need to connect to 2 places.
Correct.
And it would then cause issues. Okay.
Somebody asked about row column labels. I looked at what row column labels look like on this puzzle, and they're completely useless. So that's just not an option.
Okay. So we do have to have a fairly large number of other cells that are gray, but we don't necessarily know which ones yet. But that seems a little bit like progress.
I think we can un-X any edge that leads to a gray that is on a gray cell.
Yeah, that's totally fine. Is it possible that this is the side that has the 2? Or is that going to automatically break this box? I unfortunately don't think it immediately breaks this box. Which is very unfortunate. I'm just squinting to see if maybe it breaks if I think about it harder, but is what is this? This was This was 6, and so this is going to be the 9 box. Uh, yeah, it seems okay. I need to like really force a lot more to conclude anything like that. Uh,
Yeah, and the one that came here, we would have to sneak it here and then out of the box, but that seems
yeah,
fine.
yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Uh, okay, I'm trying to see how any of our various clues interact with the various things that we have. Uh, like both of these we know are what I think of as ones, because they're not T's. They either go straight or they turn, but they can't be both. And at most, one of them is straight, so one of them is a turn. But I've said a lot of words, but I don't think any of them do anything. Uh, let's see.
Well, wait.
Uh,
You're saying one of these goes straight through?
I'm saying at most one of them goes straight through.
Ah, okay, yeah. Because
Now,
if
we
we knew
perhaps
one of
should
them went
mark
straight
the
through, that'd be.
Sudoku impact of the fact that this is a 0.
So that
Uh,
means, let's see, that means no 159s in this column.
correct. So we can write in the other digits. Uh, oh, sorry. It doesn't mean no 159s in the thing. It just means
Oh,
that if
no, you're right. It doesn't
right. It
actually.
just means right. Yeah.
If it's visited, then yeah,
Yeah.
we almost got in trouble.
Uh,
Yeah, now one of these, only one of these can have nines. The other one has at most 5. Uh, which means as a couple of people have said, the one that has 5, yeah, the one that has 5.
we don't know that there's one that has 5, right?
Okay, one of them has 9, the other one has something.
Yeah. And so like this one could very easily be 1.
But remember, we still have to get. This can't
Oh,
have
right. No, no,
any
no. Right. No,
x's.
no, no. Sorry. That doesn't work. Right. Because there's one side has 2 X's, one side has 1 X.
The one with 2 x's is going to be the
So
9.
this is a 5-9 pair.
Yeah, so there's no
Because one of them,
1.
even the one of them still has 1 X.
And
Uh,
yeah, and the one that has 1x has it here or here.
and you can also mark
Is there anywhere else you're
that.
going to have more than 5?
Yeah, so you have a little bit more bluing you can do because we know one of these two is an X, so we can draw an edge between them and blue them both. And we know that one of these two is an X, and so we can draw an edge between them and blue them both.
Correct.
And in
Wait,
fact, actually,
doesn't that mean they're both x's? They're just both x's.
well, draw in the comment first, and then convince me of why it is that it can't be in column 2.
Sure. So if you've got this, this has to get out. Let's see. And then this has to go somewhere, but ooh.
That looks like
No, we can only have
Sorry,
one straight.
right. We only have it's not the one straight. The one straight isn't what matters. That's 6.
Oh, that's
The
already
point
6.
is so go back to just the plus because this point is I think important. That one and that one both need a crossing to escape. Is the way to say it.
Yes, and
And
we
so
have 4
so
and those
so
two.
I
So
agree that therefore on the one side it's in this side and on the other both of them are. So yes, you can put pluses in both of those. Okay, which is going to do a lot of good. Okay, now you get to practice the mechanics of changing colors. Uh, we've got lots of blue. And now box 3, if you look at it, this edge that you didn't blue is now very important because that's now definitely a turn.
And it's
And
got to
whichever way it
turn
turns,
right.
it's going to kill this box. So those are both gray. Uh,
Agree.
actually, sorry. This one's definitely gray. I'm not sure about this one. Ungray this one. That one might not be.
Oh, if it comes up from the bottom and out.
Yeah, that one might be okay. I can prove it's not gray, or I can prove it is gray, but give me a second. But this one is easy because we know we've already spent the last edge on
Yeah,
this.
this one's
And
easy.
so it either goes up or down. Okay. Uh, okay, so
Ah, yeah, this one must be done.
right, so it's done. And
Uh,
so that is all the turns in the column. So this is what I was going to say, but David said it much better than the way I was going to say it. So orange this clue. It's done. And so now this is gray because if it were in, it would be a corner and it would be another corner for the column. I orange my 0 clues, but that's an aesthetic choice. This now extends down and you can now orange that 1 as well.
sorry, what?
This comes down, and so you can also orange this 1.
Nice. And so this is green.
Mm-hmm.
This is blue, and that one is done.
And so now the only thing this can be is a turn, so you can draw it in and green it.
Yes.
That being because it can't be a T and it can't be a straight by the row clue.
Agree.
Okay. This is done by virtue of the fact that there are no T's in row 1.
Yes.
Uh,
Just like Maze Gator's puzzle, I was kind of terrified of this puzzle at first, and I'm getting really into it.
what's scary about a little old U-Bahn? Uh, let's see. Oh yeah, this cell is almost a naked single nothing. But if it's something, it's a turn, which
Could...
unfortunately is not quite useful. Uh,
Yeah, it's either nothing or a turn, but
Isabella has broken it. Okay, excellent. Uh,
well, come do it with us, Isabella. Maybe we'll break it less. Maybe we'll break it more. Who knows? Uh, we do, yeah. We do have to have X's in 2 X's in row 4. And there are a lot of places they can't be.
so it can't be there, 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 can't be there. Uh, and we need to, oh, can't be there. I missed that one. Oh, uh, so yeah, so it could be one of them here, one of them
Yeah,
over
there's still
here. Yeah,
5
there.
places.
Yep, that is also my count, David. Uh,
Let's see if we visit row 1, column 1. That's going to involve, I'm going to have a bifurcation color. Uh, that's going to involve this. Now this has to get out.
So now this is the 2-cross box
Right.
because it's got 6 edges now. So that's 7, 8. And unfortunately, I think it's rather easy to turn this into a 9.
Yeah. So yeah. It can't be the 5 edges box and visit row 1, column 1, but it could easily not be the 5 edges box. We can't visit both corners. Uh, 4.
That's a smart observation.
Yeah, it's
Because if this is
either.
a straight, then it's the other 6 in the grid. Uh, and otherwise, it's a T, and those are whatever they are. Uh,
Yeah,
3,
it's
7.
3 or
Yeah.
7. So Paul Fly is correct.
Okay, this column needing 5 turns is starting to get a little bit interesting. Uh, it's definitely going to need at least 1 T in order to make 5 turns happen. Uh, so yeah, so this either does that or it does that. I'm trying to figure out if there's some commonality there that I'm supposed to spot. Uh, I don't think it does anything to affect the left-right thing that's going on here.
So we have 4 corners in row 1. We need at least 2 more.
I'm looking at Sudoku things in the 4x4. Uh, I was curious if this could really connect down, but unfortunately, I think the answer is barely yes.
Welcome, Karen.
I was thinking that might be the case, Ron. I don't know that it is the case. I guess maybe is it interesting to think about what the 9 box has to look like? Uh or like is it possible that somehow this can't be the 5 box? Let's see. How many? This is 1, 2, 3 is all we're at the moment. So it feels like 5 would be okay. Uh so one thing I do sometimes is to mark cells like this and this with sort of a center mark that says what they could be. I just use the same 1, 2, 3, 4. This can only be a 4-way uh, or a turn. So either it's done or it is itself a 4-way. Uh, which seems a little suspicious, but that's true of everything else left in this row. Uh, yeah, I'm looking for so because the 0 1 clue here seems like it should be quite powerful, but I can't quite figure out what to do with it yet. Uh,
David's musing is cute, but I'm not sure it gets us anything right now about where 4 and 8 can go in the mini grid, given that if the loop visits there, it signifies a cross. But I'm betting that will come up later.
let's see. Oh, Ron is so right about the point is to ask where we're going because we're going to need some crosses in the mini grid unless we have a lot of gray cells in the mini grid because crosses are what 4
And 8.
8 uh we can't omit both 4 and 8 from the puzzle. So we need some 4s and 8s. Now those could be on grays, uh, but in terms of where they could actually go, the only cells that can be 4 or 8 without being gray are these two. So
Yep.
there's got to be at least one gray cell, right? Uh, in the puzzle somewhere, in the mini puzzle. Uh, uh, so there's only one honest four-way. Uh, and then after that, we're not sure. Uh, let's see. Four corners. Yeah, we've got some crosses in uh, these two columns. So at least 3. Uh, let's see this bottom row. We've got the 2 and the 2. Somehow I've never even looked at that clue, apparently. Uh,
Where?
so looking at intersections of oranges is also sometimes revelatory.
Hmm.
Uh, so like ideally I would want an intersection of like 3 or 4 oranges. But
This has an intersection of 3 oranges.
yeah, so that cell, what the clues say is that can only be a corner if it's anything.
Yeah. Which we
Uh,
already knew.
yes. Yeah, we know that by other proof methods. Uh, let's see, we still need 5 turns here. Got 2 T's here. Uh, yeah, the fact that like this and this can only be turns or four ways is very interesting, and I can't figure out how to use it, but it's got to be interesting.
Ron is
Uh,
correct, by the way, that if both of these are crosses, then both of these are gray.
uh,
I think. Because these would be 4, 8, and you have to put another 4 and another 8 in the grid. Oh, I guess you could put them here.
uh,
Oh, but there's no corner here. Hmm. Oh. I think Ballfly's actually onto something here. Uh, if both of these are crosses and they're a 4, 8, where do you put the other 4 and the other 8 in a way that doesn't break the puzzle? You can't put them here. And if you put one of them here, then this is going to be a corner and break this clue. So in fact, these can't both be crosses.
seems reasonable. I'm trying to go back to like we know one of these sides we get a plus. I'm trying to see how any clue interacts with that in an interesting way. Uh, uh, let's see over here. If we add in a plus, we're currently at 1, 2, 3. If we add in a plus, we'll be at 6, and then we'll have to do something with that. But that still seems very, very doable. Uh, yeah, we don't know one of those is an X in this grid. I think this is going to be a step in the puzzle, but I think we need one more piece of relevant information before we get there. Uh, okay, both of these sides have three. Okay, so one of these sides only has two more, is I guess the point. Uh, because one of them is going to be a 5.
It is true that if this grid fills up much more than it is right now, uh, then the leftover will have to be 4 or 8, I think. But right now we don't get anything. Also, Shintaro says this is not set or intended observation, so maybe we should just drop it.
Uh, I'm trying to see like the fact that we only get two more edges in one of these two, either that one or that one. I'm trying to figure out how that helps. Uh, but I guess both of them have the same kind of established uh, pattern so far. Okay, so no matter what on that side, they're symmetrical kind of. That is going to take one more. And so then there's only going to be one more after that in the box. Uh, and so, yeah, I guess I could do something like that, and that, and then I still even have an extra edge if I want to do something like that. Could be exactly that, but could be something like that. Uh, I wonder if we're supposed to use this thing about T parity. Because if you draw an enclosed region,
Oh,
the
sorry.
parity.
I'm on like totally the wrong scene. I meant to be on this scene where everybody has a much easier time seeing. I apologize, Chad. We were supposed to be looking at it like this. Uh so much better. Sorry.
Uh,
I just pushed the wrong button.
uh,
Yeah. It was supposed to be like this the entire time and I just looked over and I was like, that's not the right display. Oh no. Yeah, sorry everybody. Yes, we are very small on this screen. Yeah, Ron points out that we can only have crosses uh and corners anymore in this row.
yeah, that's definitely what I have been squinting at. Uh,
Paulfly thinks that this can't go right, which would be nice to know.
well, draw on the bifurcation palette and see.
Yeah, so if this goes right,
Uh,
then this is the one with the cross, right?
well, I don't know about that, but I know for sure this is gray and that this goes down at least.
Sure. And then it has to get out here. But this is
It could
now
go down.
taking
It could go down.
this is now taking one, two, three,
Oh
four.
no, you're right. Sorry, you're right. But if you use the row clue.
Oh, yeah. Uh, uh, and this needs to take another edge to get out. Oh, but we can't close the loop here. So if this is 5, this is a mini loop. So this is definitely the 9 now. Do you understand?
Uh, I would not use the word under. Oh, yeah. The that's yeah. This is just a connectivity point. This is the connectivity of the U-Bahn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Uh,
Is that if this
yeah.
is the 5,
So
this isn't
so yeah.
connecting.
Unwind all of this nonsense. The point is this: one of these has to be a four-way because if it's not, then this is isolated from the rest of the grid. That's the point. Uh, because you can't get down from here, you can't connect down with anything but a four-way. Oh, you could have an L snake. Oh, you could have an L snake. Uh, I guess you could. Yeah, unfortunate. Uh,
Yeah, you could do this.
uh, yeah, I guess you could sneak through like that. Uh, hmm.
But I think the point
Uh,
still stands that uh that if this goes right, I still think we're gonna get something out of this.
this just
If
doesn't feel like a real deduction. Uh, uh, like I would 100% believe that there is a way to phrase this that is a deduction. But it feels a little messy at the moment. But I would believe that there's well, it can't be a parody thing because we know the parody is odd. Uh, oh, Paul Fly has identified that there is another case. Uh, so I guess maybe we should think about in the nine box. That means there's exactly three things that aren't crossed. Uh, I wonder if that is interesting.
so, we're using. Oh yeah, there's no way this works. Unfortunately, isn't this 9? Oh, but you can't satisfy this box.
Yeah, this is not a real puzzle step. But it may be true, but it is not a thing. Uh, trying to understand the like
If this
I'm
was my
actually
stream, I'd
it's
use it.
I'm it's unclear to me still whether the box that's under more pressure is the five box or the nine box. Uh, uh, it's like the nine box we know has all of this stuff in it, but it's still got three more edges that it can pick up uh, as it wishes. Uh, I mean, it is perhaps of note that these cells are, if they're in at all, they are corners. Otherwise, they're out. Maybe that's a thing to pick at. Uh, uh, if they're out, that's two edges we're not using on the old uh, thing. That feels productive to me.
If these are both out,
Uh,
then how does the box with the second cross work?
well, what I'm trying to decide is, does it have to be in the box with a second cross? So if I take it out, then now I've omitted two of the dashed lines, and so I need to do that for sure. And now I can't do that. And so now I do that. It has to look like exactly like that, I think, in the world, but that's not super helpful. Uh, uh, so I guess you could also argue uh, in the side with nine, that's definitely, I guess we know that's definitely in, yeah, because of the nine. Uh, uh, yeah, I'm trying to see some structure in the nine that I am not yet seeing. Uh, in terms of how it interacts with clues and such. Uh, because the that being under pressure is interesting. Uh,
I agree with Isabella
oh,
that
that the T thing is interesting because the no T's means we're never using all of these edges and we're never using all of these edges. So that's one of our edges is burnt just from the fact that those aren't T's. Uh, if we could do like a little bit more than that, would be in really good shape.
I agree with Isabella that this always goes down.
Uh, can you explain?
So if this is the $9, it definitely goes uh, down.
Yep, I agree with that.
If this is the $5 and it tries not to go down, then it has to go up or left
Yep, so it goes left and then down and then down. What's wrong with that?
because we don't have any more straights in this row.
Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, so the question is just how does this cell get out through that row? Uh, and so now we're back to me thinking that you need a plus, but you don't need a plus, but you need uh
Oh, that's interesting.
oh, so here's maybe an easy thing. This is in the U-Bahn because if it's not in the U-Bahn, then my oh oh no crap, it doesn't work. Sorry, it doesn't mean the U-Bahn's disconnected because this part actually connects. I think that works. Oh crap, it doesn't work over here either because of the we have something slightly different. But yeah, I do think this is ultimately going to be about the fact that we need to get this to connect out of this corner.
I
Uh,
I feel comfortable drawing that edge in.
yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Uh,
And this can't be a
and so that
cross.
always,
This is a corner always. It can't be anything else.
why can't it be a plus?
Oh, if this is also a plus.
Yeah.
Damn.
Uh,
D- Paulfly says it can't be. Or do we use too many edges? Doesn't work with the parity. So we would be using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't see the problem. I'm going to bifurcate this. So this can't go straight down. So
I mean,
we're
it'll go to, if it goes down, it's a plus, is the way to say that.
if it goes
And
down,
I
it's a
think that's what you're
plus.
trying to disprove. I think that that box is a little different because of the way it interacts with the box next to it, Ron. We might be able to apply similar logic, but I don't think we can just directly apply the same logic.
See, at this point, there's no way for this to be the 5 box and not take 2 more edges. I like Paul Fly's point.
Uh,
I think the point is no matter what, this goes left.
what exactly happens if it goes right that's bad? It certainly makes that a plus.
Okay. So
Even Paul Fly does not seem to agree.
if it goes right, how many edges are we using? 1, 2, 3. Oh, that is 5. So that's a plus. Okay. But Paul Fly is saying this isn't a plus.
So if it is a plus, that's all of our
That's
edges
6
to the
edges.
box. Oh, that's 6 edges. So then
If
we
it's a,
have to go over.
so if it's a plus, that's 6 edges,
So then we need to get up to 9.
which means this is also a plus, and this
And keep
connects.
in mind. And that connects over, that connects down. Are
And
we at
now I
too many
think we can
edges?
just count edges.
Yeah, now we've hit 10 edges. Okay, so I agree that's not a plus. So you can draw a little green X below it. That's one more cell out of our row 4 places that can be a plus. Recall, before there were 5 places the 2 could go. Now there are only 4. That is what I did, David. Maybe we should actually think about where the edges in row 4 go in light of the fact that we know where everything else is in row the row above it. So we know the thing that it connects to above has to be a plus. So let's start by Xing everywhere we know can't be the plus for this row. For a second. Okay, and so if we imagine, because now we've got 4 spots. Okay, so that already tells us this cell is in, at least, because we've got to get a plus in one of these.
Oh, and this isn't the one either.
Plus, right. And this one isn't either because the thing above it is green.
So that's only 3 places for 2 pluses.
Okay, so at least, therefore, one of these is a plus, and so you can mark them as both being in and connect them. Oh, 4 places. Sorry, 4 places. The blue cell.
Oh, this could be a plus.
So we cannot do the thing I just said. But I was curious if I think about the fact that the thing above it always has to be a 4-way or a corner would make it so that we know that one of these can't actually be a 4-way, can't actually be my 4-way, but maybe that is too much to hope for. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Game and Shout. Mr. Game and Shout has sent out 5 memberships. Let's see who's gotten them. Paul Fly got them. Tristan got one. Lakia got one. Newt got one. Amnesty got one. Thank you. Let's get you a donation dance. Thank you, Mr. Game and Shout. Greatly appreciated. We have perhaps no idea what is going on either, given that we have been stuck at this one point for quite a while. But welcome.
Fun fact: Mr. Game and Shout performed me and Zeta's wedding.
Excellent. I now know who Mr. Game and Shout is. That is my
yes. Good to see you, Mr. Game and Shout. Mr. Game and Shout coming to us from the GDQ community.
The Cogito says this is where they got stuck as well. Boy, those 2 crosses, we're so close to getting something out of these 2 crosses. As in, should we think about whether it's possible to put a cross in one of them or whether it's possible to put a cross in both of them, David? Yeah, so like if this is a cross, remember it immediately makes this a cross, which puts 2 crosses. That puts 3 crosses. That doesn't work. There you go. This cell can't be a cross. If this cell's a cross,
let's walk through this, please. So if
then
this
the
is a cross,
cell above it is now a cross because of the row clip.
Yes.
And that's 3 crosses in the column, and the column doesn't have 3 crosses.
Wow, that's easy.
Yeah, that is much easier than anything that we have previously done.
That's not a cross.
So now we're down to... I can't believe this is as restricted as it seems to be. Okay, so...
we're down to 3 places for 2 crosses.
Yeah, three places for two crosses that are nowhere near each other and so have slight issues. But what can you do? So this one would put a cross above it immediately. This one doesn't. Yeah, this one doesn't have to put a cross above it immediately. In fact, okay, so
Yes, yes. 1, 2, 3,
it
4.
doesn't put the cross there though. Why did you put a cross here?
Uh, oh, this could just be a
It could just be a turn.
turn. Shoot.
Uh, so
Oh, this makes Paulfly says this makes an odd number of things poking out of from row 3 to row 4. Is what
an
I
odd
understand.
number of things are allowed to poke out from row three to row four. Uh,
Or is
Keep in
okay,
mind this isn't a loop.
right,
So
this
all your
isn't a loop.
parity stuff is a congruence to the number of three ways that you've had in that month or area or whatever.
Got it.
Uh,
Okay, so if this
uh,
is a cross,
so here's if that's a cross, then this surely isn't a cross. And so if this is a cross, this is the side that has only one thing because of the same argument we just made. Uh, because if this was also a cross, then by the row clue, this would be a cross, and that's three crosses in the column. So,
so wait, if this is a cross,
yes, now this
then
cell can
this,
only be a cross by the
why
row.
can't it be a turn? Oh, that's a three-way. So it is a cross, and now we have the problem. So yeah,
Now we have the same problems.
so if
So,
this is a cross, this is not a cross, and therefore this is a cross.
okay, so I think what we're going to prove is that this is always the side that has two crosses. Because I think if this is a cross, don't we also then get that this side has to be the side that has too many things? Because isn't that, oh, that is five. That's annoying. Uh, I think that is exactly five, unfortunately. Uh, what I was hoping to prove is if this is a cross, then this is the side that only has five, and if this is a cross, this is the side that only has five. But unfortunately, I don't think we can quite get there unless someone sees one more step that I didn't see. Uh, because that is annoyingly five edges. Uh, and I don't have the twos over here. Uh, Matt
Uh,
said the exact right thing.
I think we can chase through counting to 5 or 9 with a column 11. So, uh, Matt Laffey still wants to look at this being a
That.
cross and breaking it in both cases. Oh, the more recent one. So you
Okay. Well,
need,
we've already proven that doesn't work with two crosses in box four. Uh,
uh, but now we have these two dead ends that both have to go somewhere. I guess this could go out.
okay. So yeah. So probably this would connect this way, right? Uh,
Uh, and now this has to be a cross.
No, you just wouldn't make it go that way, right? If you're trying to minimize the number of connections, you would just say this connects here. Uh,
Uh, this doesn't work.
this is the interesting thing that I think is screwing with everything.
No,
Uh,
how do we deal with this dead end and keep it a 5? We've already said we can't make it a 9 because that makes too many crosses in the column. But how do we deal with this and make it a 5?
but keep in mind, you just guessed this side. Uh, so we have to, if we're going to argue this, we have to argue this
Okay,
somewhat carefully.
so we're
Uh,
back here. This is our hypothesis.
yes. So this is the side with 5 edges now, and
If
we've
this
used 3 of them.
So in any case here where this connects down, then this cell must be a cross.
It just can't connect down because that creates 6 edges, right?
Okay, great.
The second,
Uh, so then it connects up, and this has to cross, and we're still at 6 edges. So the point is, if
that
this is a
was that really 6 edges? Yes, I think that is really 6 edges. Yeah.
so the point is, if this is a cross, this box can't have 5 edges or 9 edges.
This makes sense to me from a parity point of view. So I think here's how to look at it. There's 4 things poking into box 4, if you just rewind. Uh,
Back
However,
to
we know
our
one of back to there. There's 4 things in box 4. Uh, if we do nothing, we could connect. If we didn't have to worry about box 3, we could connect 2 pairs of them. That would give us our 5 crossings, and we would be golden. We can't do that because we need to take care of box 3. So that means we've got 3 things that we've got to somehow put together, and we can't do that without a T. But there's no way we can do that without way breaking the total because we're already at 4, or sorry, we're already at 3. We can't add a T anywhere, and we can't turn anything we're looking at into a T. Hopefully, yeah, turning this thing into a T doesn't work. So you can sort of go at, I think that's what Paul Fly perhaps is looking at by parity, is by sort of like counting quote unquote loop ends in this box and the fact that one of them needs to run through this. Okay, so that's not a plus, and we now know where our pluses go.
yes. So we can get rid of these after we make our crosses. Now this is automatically a cross.
Mm-hmm.
And we can get rid of our X's. And do a little more coloring. So these are green.
Mm-hmm. And the thing above the other X is green as well.
Uh, these are all visited.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we currently are at exactly 5.
So the difference
This
between
is
this
definitely green, yeah. I agree with Matt Laffey. because it can't turn into a cross.
Right.
And so that's going to completely resolve everything because now this cell's gray because the only thing it could be is a straight and it can't be a straight.
Okay, I don't think that resolves everything
Uh,
because this could still. Oh, wait. So we're at 5 right now? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think we're currently at 5.
We're at 5. So we could add a loop here and make it 9.
So
Sorry.
didn't your loop there make it 8?
Nope. That's. Ah! That adds 4 edges. 4 crossings.
I see.
So that makes it 9. So
I
it's
see. So it either, yeah. So basically it's either that or it isn't that.
right. It's either this
Uh,
or this with a square in the corner. Yes, we have no more crossings in this row.
Good.
And I suppose for completeness, I can orange that, even though it.
This
Even though we
always
have the row down.
extends to the right by the column clue.
Right.
Can't go only down, as Selena would appreciate me saying, although I have not seen Selena in a bit.
Ah, no, we already did that.
Yep, so this is blue. Okay. I guess we have a little information about the numbers that are going in these cells, but not a ton. Uh, let's see, 5 turns in. We've got 5 turns in this column and not that terribly many cells. I think it is 8. So we've got at least one T in there just by the parity thing. So the number, so in these 8 cells, we've got at least 5 turns and one T. Uh, I do agree that digit is not a 2. So it's not a 2 and it's not a 6
So
is
it's not
Paul Fly's
straight.
point. So it's not straight. So it
So
definitely turns, but it could be a T.
it could be a T.
Uh,
So it's not 2, 6. It's not 4, 8. Uh, it's. So if it's a corner, it can still be 1, 5, or 9.
it's not a
And
1 though, because it already.
oh,
If
right.
this were gray, then this would need to be a 2 or a 6, and it can't be either. Is the reason, Ron? So we actually have a 5-9 pair.
5-9, but this could still be a three-way. Don't. I wasn't done
Oh,
marking
sorry.
this. So a three-way is 3 or
3 or
7.
7. And this is at least blue. And it definitely continues to the right because of the column clue.
Ah, no corners.
Okay, and so now this cell, I guess, can be any of those things that we have spoken of. Uh,
Yeah, I think this might be the point where we have to consider that the missing digit is 4 or 8.
I mean, we could have done that at the start of the puzzle if we wanted, I think. Uh, albeit I said the two things had to be 5 in the 10-line puzzle, and they weren't 5, but still. Uh, should we mark these for candidates at least?
That's a lot of candidates.
Well, this one can't be 1, 5, or 9.
Oh,
Can't be 2. So, I think it's not as many candidates as it sounds like. It might be 4, but
it's not 4. That makes it a T.
oh, it just is a T.
Sorry, that makes it a cross.
But it is. But Paul Fly's right. It is just a T. If you'd marked it for candidates, you would have gotten to Paul Fly's point. But Paul Fly just said it directly. It just can't be straight because it would be a 2 or a 6, and it can't be 2 or 6. So it is a T, which makes it 3 or 7. And we can actually mark it as green. Okay, so this can only connect. So keep in mind, we can only have 2 T's in a row in the mini octoquadri. So we've got all sorts of weird stuff, like if this becomes a T, then this isn't. And if this becomes a T, then also weird things happen. Uh, uh, it's all very odd.
Yeah, this requires 2 more. So this isn't 3.
Good.
Uh,
Oh God.
oh, if
This
this is a
column.
if this is a T, then this is a T, and we've got 3 T's. So this is not a T, it's a corner.
And why isn't it straight?
Oh shit.
So here's
But
a
it's
funny
definitely not a
observation.
T.
I agree that with that. You haven't been marking that, but you can mark that if you want. There is another 3-7 in this column because this vertical strip needs to get ended and it's not ended by that. So that's 2 3-7s. We know there's a third 3-7 in this column. So there's only one more 3-7 in the entire grid. We should keep in mind.
Sorry, why do we
Uh,
know there's 2 T's in this column?
Because that vertical strip needs to end and it can only be ended with a T. The only things that end vertical strips are T's and turns, and you can't have any more turns in there.
Right, no more turns. Right. Yep. So this
Uh,
is a T. There's going to be another T. That's a T. So there's only one more T in the puzzle.
that's a T or that's a T.
Right. Uh,
Uh, okay, can we do anything with this? So if this was a 3, that would be incredibly restrictive
if what was a
on what
3?
that box would look like. Row 2, column 2. Uh, because basically we'd have to be done. Uh, we'd have to just connect these straight across, and this would leave, and I don't think we could have anything else in the entire box. Uh, oh, maybe we could do that. But is it possible that breaks one of our clues? Uh,
This?
Ron says it breaks that, but I don't see why it breaks that. Yeah, you can probably pencil mark this cell. Just start by jamming 139 and then take out the stuff that it can't be.
Right. So it could be a corner, so it could be 159. Uh,
It could
it
be a straight,
could
so it
be a
could be
straight,
6.
so it could be 6.
And we
It
have now
can't be a
concluded our list of
T,
things that it can be.
and it
Yeah, it
can't
can't
be
be a
an
T.
X,
And
so it's done.
yeah. And it's not a 1.
And it's not a 1. So
Just
5,
by
6, or 9 only.
yeah. Uh,
And I think this puzzle is actually showing up bigger for chat than it is for me. It's pretty tiny.
what's wrong with 5 corners and 6 cells? Corners are very compressible. Uh, unless there's a clue that's relevant. God, this 2-2 is tough. Uh, okay, Paul Fly wants you to. What Paul Fly is saying is center mark that cell too.
Oh,
So it can't be a corner. Uh, if it were straight, it would be a 2, but it can't be a 2, so it's not straight either. And
why
therefore,
can't it be
its
a
only
2?
option because there's already 2 crossings and this region isn't done.
That's for 2, column 2.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry, it could be a 2. Uh,
So so it could be a 2. If it's a T, it's 3 or 7. If it's a plus, it's 4 or 8.
yeah.
Um, So if it's a T,
So I
uh,
think what Paul Fly wants to argue is that, in fact, this can't happen because of the 4-8 issue. Uh, but I'm not sure. Uh, yeah. Uh, so I was just double checking the Sudoku, but I think Paul Fly is right
I
that
agree
if
it's not
this
straight, but why couldn't it be a T going down and left or right?
because if it's a T going down and left or right, then the cell below it's also a T, and now you've got 337s in column 2,
Uh,
which is sneaky, but I get that. So yeah, I think I agree that the world where this is straight doesn't actually work, because if that's straight, then this is a T, and now we've got a Sudoku problem on 4/8s because we just don't have enough places to hide them.
yeah,
Because there's now no places to place a legitimate 4/8, and we don't have two gray cells that we can place them in.
because this would be
It's
in
a,
two to take care of that going up.
yep, exactly. So I think that I agree with Paul Fly that this can go straight across.
I buy it. So we can take 4-8 out of this cell. No, sorry. We can take
Because
2
of
out of
three
this
seven
cell.
in column 2, David, is the problem. You can't have three T's in any spot. So yeah, I think we now know this cell has to be a 4/8, right?
This cell
Because
could be a
it,
4-8 though.
oh, that cell could be a 4/8, right?
But the other 4-8 is going to hide in one of the corners. And then this is a 4-8.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So one of these is a 4-8. One of the corners is that same digit. And the other one is here. Ron is
Just from a
asking.
puzzle point of view, we can't have three gray cells because then you'd have a cell in row 4 that was broken. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Mind if we take a quick break?
we can take a quick break.
I think we've been at this puzzle for 2 hours. I think we
We
should.
can stretch.
Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
Okay. We will be right back in a couple of minutes. All right, we're back. Thanks for bearing with us. We needed to stretch our legs a little. Zeta's eating some chips. Okay. I like what we've been doing in the little grid.
I remembered to unmute myself once I stopped chewing chips.
Okay. Having a bit of trouble
We do
reading my own
know,
pencil marks.
yeah, we know one of these two is a four-way, is I guess the point that we have.
At left, he says, by a long bifurcation, this can't be visited. Not sure. Not sure we're up for a long bifurcation. It's long for a 4x4.
I'm just trying to wrap my brain around this being, can this really be a 3? We do know that both 3 and 7 are in the grid, so we have to have a fair number of 3s inside this grid for what it's worth. Yeah, this is a 5, 7, or 9. I'm just sort of looking at the consequences of that over in our major grid.
Paul Fly sees a much cuter way, which I am eager to hear. If it is visited, we get a corner in row 4, column 1.
We don't get anything in row 4, column 1 if that's... Oh, sorry, if it's visited.
So if this is visited,
Why? Oh, right, because if that's visited, it's a T. And so then you do get a
if it's
corner.
visited, it's like this.
Yep. And so now that gets drawn in. And now the point is you absolutely have to connect these two, and now the puzzle's broken.
Because
Because
these
there's
are
too
all
many 3/7s.
these are
And
three
if you
T's.
don't connect those two, then you've got 4 corners. That is 4 values from 159. That doesn't work. And if you and we already know that there's 2 3/7s here and 1 3/7 over here, so we can't put 2 3/7s here. That's too many 3/7s for an octoquadri. So both ways are broken. I agree with Paul Fly, and I think they're cute.
Okay, so this is gray, so this is gray.
So that's gray immediately. Yep. And this is a
This
corner.
connects up.
Mm-hmm.
And these two are done. And in fact, this one could only be 7. And this is done as well. This, in order to get a 4-8, we have to put it here.
Yeah, and this has become a 3 by Sudoku.
Oh, so that gives us immediate action here.
Connects this, right, and then puts X's across all the things.
Uh,
Yeah. That is very nice, Shintaro. Oh, Emma's right. Sorry, my belief that this had to do this was wrong. Uh,
I was wondering about that.
Wait, if we don't connect these, then how am I taking care of this? I think I'm right. Because if we don't connect those, yeah, that doesn't work. We've already used
We've
two
already
crossings. If I
used
don't
two.
connect those, that immediately forces two more.
Right.
Uh,
So this one has to come out and be done.
yep, and these can be greened.
This can be greened. That's the wrong button.
Yep.
Uh,
Yeah, and there's lots of these that can be gray. Anything that's got three
these
X's next to it is
three,
gray.
these three are gray.
Yep.
We can clean up our X's.
Now our five corners means that all of these are blue, and you get lots of connections in them.
Oh.
Namely, you get that connection, and that connection. Uh,
Let's
Ron's
see.
constantly reminding me about the five corners clue. It actually worked. It meant that I remembered it when it was relevant.
This is a 6, so
Uh,
it's done by Sudoku. This just has to be done. This is a 4 or an 8. The other 4 or 8 goes down here.
This is a 7, is what David is saying.
Right, it is a
Also,
7.
this clue lets you finish the mini U-Bahn.
Right. We have to connect like that.
So that's a 3.
And I'm going to remove the coloring in this grid. Just so I can see the Sudoku better. Yeah, that's a 3.
These are a 2-6 pair, or sorry, not a 2-6 pair.
These are from 159.
Yep. And this is
We
also
do
from
need 2
159.
1s in the grid, so one of these is definitely a 1. So this
Yep.
must be a 1.
Correct. I believe that. Uh, so you could XO color the 5 9s.
If you like.
And 2 4 6 8 is what is left over here.
Here.
Also, you now know that this is the one by coloring. Because of your ketchup. There's not another O in the puzzle, and
There's
that's
not
the
another O in
XE59.
the puzzle, right, and it's not X, so that is 1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Agree, and that's X.
Mm-hmm.
And uh let's see. One of these is a 2 and the other is the 4 8. Oh, but there's no way we only use two edges here.
Right.
So that's the two, and that's our 4/8.
Indeed. By look at
I
it,
look at
yes.
it. Yep.
Yeah, that was very nice. I liked the this is one step a lot. Uh, okay, so we've got a lot of tiny numbers to wedge in. Unfortunately, like the yeah, we can gray out, yeah, the can certainly gray that cell. Uh because it would take more than two. So yeah, let's do all of our graying. So this
Well,
cell is gray.
this box only gets one.
Yes, that's why this cell is gray. Because if this cell wasn't gray, then it would take two. Now this cell's also gray for the same reason. So we at least get that. It's a little worse down here. Maybe better. I don't know. We can certainly gray that cell at the very least. And then certainly that one and that one and that one. Uh, by the one. Uh, okay, so that's at least something. Uh,
Oh yeah, Paul Fly looking ahead and seeing we can't visit this cell without visiting too many uh edges in this box or too many edges in this box.
I, I don't know that I believe that, but
I feel it
let's
has
see.
verisimilitude.
Yeah, this being in, I agree with Paul Fly is gonna
Well, that's row 9.
uh oh yeah, that's row nine. Sorry, maybe that could just get away with being in. I think with the one and the two, I think it's gonna be a problem, but maybe not. Maybe might be able to just get away with it. I think we could just get away with like a P pentomino style thing through there, like that. Uh,
We have to visit quite a lot of edges over here. Uh
we do need to put two T's in this column, which is
I
quite
was
interesting.
looking at putting two pluses in this column because we can't put it in this box and we can't put it in this box. Or could we put it in?
I think we can't if you
We
think one
can't.
step ahead.
We can't. Uh so we need to fit two crosses into these 4 cells.
And I think you know that this one isn't a cross by our earlier agony.
Well, yeah.
So
Well, and
uh,
also by oranging. Now that so if we know these can't both be across.
oh, I think Emma's pointing out you missed this cell though.
Oh, this could be across?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Uh oops.
Uh, seems
Well,
to me
that'll be
like
interesting eventually.
so can this be double cross? I think the answer is no, right? Uh, that's how many crossings is that? Uh, oh, no, that doesn't work. Yeah, it can't be double crossed because that's 6 crossings, but this is going to need a crossing to get out. Uh,
So that means
yep.
this is our
So
9.
I don't think it means that, but it does mean that you get a vertical strip somewhere if you highlight the places you need, or that you
Uh
said you could put across. Because
well,
I
we can't
think you
put
highlighted
both here, and these are the other 2, so we get to connect these.
correct. Okay, and I guess now this is the 9, right? Because now no matter which of those two is the cross, now this box is the 9. I don't think we can defeat because I don't think we know that these aren't both crosses. But we do now know that this is the box that's the 9. So we can finish the or almost finish, I suppose, the octoquadri, the mini octoquadri, or I guess the regular octoquadri.
And we get to go back to our deductions. So this is a cross, and our 5 is done.
Mm-hmm.
And now we need to take care of all of this crap. Uh, this just can't go down, because this one can't be a cross or a T or a corner. Sorry, a cross or a T or a, oh no, it could be a corner.
Row 3, column 11 makes that 6 intersections. David, by my count, did I count wrong? It's not impossible I counted wrong, but I counted 6 if the cross was in row 3, column 11. Shintaro agrees for what it's worth. Uh,
Okay, if Shintaro agrees, then that's good enough for me. Was it Shintaro or Shintaro?
you can blue those remaining cells, and you can also do a lot of work in box 1 if you wanted to finish that as well. Because we have no additional crossings in box 1, so you can place 3 more gray cells and uh, green the one.
Shintaro is the correct one.
You have greened some cells that can't possibly be green.
Sorry, wrong color.
And you can green row 2, column 2 if you want.
Yes.
The 4 turns in column 1 is now interesting. because we have these two boxes that have almost no crossings between them. Uh,
Yeah, this box is no problem, but these boxes, you can fit one turn in this box. And I think you can only fit one turn in this box. So this box has two turns. Or at least two turns.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah. Paulfly points out whether this has two turns or three turns, we definitely use a turn in this, which means that's our one crossing.
Yeah, that was my way of sort of internalizing the deduction, was to ask myself if it was possible that neither of these cells was a turn, and proving that it was not possible.
Certainly means that this is gray and that these are X'd.
So if this is a turn and we do this, can we get out of the bottom box?
Uh, yes, if this goes straight out.
Well, it can't do that.
Oh, there's a zero straights uh in this row. That's gonna be a problem. Oh, it could
Oh, yeah, it can. It can. Yeah, it can wriggle enough to get through there. I think that's right.
like
Yeah, I think
that.
that's possible. Uh, it looks reasonable to me. Let's start following Emma's suggestion and gray this cell.
Oh yeah, we get that so uh we can enter those in.
Because if that's gray, that uses both of them already, and we still need more things.
Right. You mean not gray.
Uh, so that's not if that's not gray, that's still a problem because we use both of our intersections. We haven't gotten the one out of the box. And likewise, this one as well. Okay. So yeah, so one version involves us putting both of the or all four of the turns above, and the other involves us uh doing that exact thing that we've previously noted. Okay.
Yep.
Uh that's a good point from row 4 only, or sorry, row the last one, row 12 only has one contiguous string of cells, and so we know that that this cell is blue because it's at least 4 long.
Ah, because of the two corners.
Yes, because of the two corners, right? Right. You can add the green line as well,
Ah, yes.
as Matt Laffey suggests. Uh,
I wanted to look at Matt Laffey's point about row 1 because I feel there's cleanup possible up here. Like, we do have to get this out, but this can't be a T or a corner. No, sorry, it could be a corner. But if this was a corner, that would take two more. How many cor- crossings are we using already?
6 so far, not counting any of the ones that we know we have to use, sort of, but we don't know exactly how we use them.
Uh, 6. I'm just playing around. Yeah, this one now has to connect out. I guess it could go either way, couldn't it? Okay, I don't know.
What cells in column 3 can actually be T's? We need 2 of them. We've used 0. Uh, Assuredly, none of those can. That can't. Uh,
This isn't. Both of these could be.
does look possible. Uh, One of those has to be at least because I can't make both of these T's. I don't think. But maybe we're 1 degree of uh, maybe we still have 1 degree too many of wiggle about that to get that deduction. Oh, you can put X's in here, by the way, because of the way we got these segments. I didn't actually tell you at the time, but we definitely can. Uh, because otherwise we can't make our 5 corners. Uh,
Paul Fly thought we were onto something up in box 4, but it was too much for me. But if somebody has a cute point, I would listen to it.
and there are also 2 T's in column 4, but that seems much less restricted. I think you can grade this cell as well. I think if you look at this cell, I don't think if that's in. I think if that's in, then you force this, except now
Then
you
that
force
has,
that, and now it's a 3.
yeah, takes up one step of look ahead, but
Yeah, I was pretty sure in my head when I thought about it that's what I was seeing, but one can never be sure. Oh, does that now get us that this corner is now yeah, I don't think we can. I think now this just doesn't work, right?
why not?
Isn't our previous thing that we said you could? Oh, sorry, you can do the corner. Sorry, you can do
No,
the corner that way.
yeah,
That's the corner
going,
goes up. Yeah, the corner goes up there. Yeah, yeah, right. Uh, yep. Sorry, it does still work.
though, does that remove too many T's from this column?
I don't think so
No,
because I think the T's are both going to be at the
'cause
top.
they could both be up.
We do still have to fit a four-way somewhere in row 8. Uh,
Uh, if there's not a pair of corners here, Matt Levy says, then 4 corners need to fit above. Uh, and uh, just draw it and count. Uh, so
so we've currently used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we've got to deal with more than one. We've got to deal with 3 things, so we can't do with it with one edge. I agree, although boy, the edge counting thing is not intuitive to me, but I agree it is not possible because I'd need to add 2 edges just to connect all of that.
which forces our entire situation here.
Yes. So now we can put in lots of gray and green and blue and all the good colors.
Uh, let's see. These are green, right? These have all got to be green. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
these are gray. That's blue. Now we get to look at the T's because neither of these is a T. So, and this one can't be a T.
This
So,
is now gray. And this is now gray.
uh, so I think the upshot is that both of these, ah, we get one more cell here.
True.
Uh, I think, yeah, this can't be a T. So both of these are T's.
Yep.
And we know how this one works.
And we also know that this cell's in because if it isn't, you can't get the 4 corners. So you can blue that cell as well. And the cell next to it.
I think overall the puzzle has been rewarding, Shintaro.
The point of the setting challenges is to get people to try something, and some of the things end up more usable than others. But I think this is well worth the spot in here. This is a very cool use of the interaction between these things, and both of these puzzles in this set I found very cool. Uh, you can blue this cell and this cell.
How many crossings are we already using here? 1, 2, 4. We get 3 more. And we have to fit 2 corners in here, which is going to take 3. That's all our edges. That's all our crossings. We need all the rest of the crossings we can do to get our corners in. So it has to be up here. Otherwise, we can't
Oh,
connect
are you
this
just
anywhere.
counting to
I'm just
7?
counting to 7. Because we're already at 4. And we need to make a loop around for the corners.
Yep, that's true.
So it has to be these. And this
Yep,
has to get out of the box.
get out. Yeah.
So these are gray. And we can't take any more crossings here. So these are all green.
Agree. Okay, so that finishes our corners for this row.
Oh, and this is a T. So it just goes all 3 directions. Thank you, Paul Fly.
Yeah, I like marking stuff with 3 in the grid for that, but I find it would be difficult in this puzzle to do that specifically.
And
You,
that just
yep.
is a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And this must
Is a
connect
corner.
down.
Mm-hmm. You can orange this 2 that I have circled.
And this. And this.
So this cell is double, not a corner.
Yep. We do need 2 T's in column 4. And they all have to go down here.
I do agree, by the way, with what people said about the fact that you can actually extend the blue one further, because if your blue was these 4 cells, then you'd need a corner on the end, but that can't be a corner by the clue, which was a clever observation.
Oh. Oh. Paul Fly is saying if this is gray, we just simply can't have 9 crossings. I think that's true.
Yep, it eliminates 4. That is a clever observation. Yeah, maybe we should look for T's in column 4. Did you already census them?
Uh, no. Emma wants to talk about the other cross in the, as we have to have one in both these two columns. But there seems like a lot of space there at the moment.
Well, at the very least, they aren't here. And only one of them can be here.
Right. So if we're looking at where can be a cross, not here, not here, not here, not here. Uh, not here, not here.
Not here either, because that would be 3, and you'd need to get it out.
Uh, there are no crosses in this
Not
row,
here either.
just by the
Oh, yeah.
clue.
Fine, fine. Use the clues. Not in either of these places, because we've used both the crosses for that row. Uh,
So,
Interesting.
and obviously they can't go at the top of the column, and I'm going to go ahead and mark these just so it's visually easier. So that only leaves 3 places in this column for other uh, our other cross, but maybe we can disprove this one? How many more crossings do we get in this? Let's see, we're using 6 right now. Oh yeah, row 8 needs one as well. So we can go ahead and Matt Leffy says we can pretty easily disprove uh, this being a cross. Yeah,
Oh,
because
yeah.
we
Not this isn't a cross either, if you're looking at crosses. Yeah, so that's not a cross. That's not a cross.
yeah, we've just used uh okay. We've just used 8 crossings and we have 3 tails left. So upshot, this one is actually a corner, not a cross.
Very true, Paul Fly.
That's true. We can't cross this edge.
Are you sure you can't cross this edge? Because you have marked that you're able to put a plus there, which you would do if you did that.
Hmm. One of these is an
Yep. So
X, so we
so you
definitely
can
get
blue them both.
that.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, and we can't cross this edge. That for sure is true. People are saying this is blue, if I'm counting right.
Why?
Oh, because this row needs a cross.
But keep in mind the cross could go. Oh no, the cross can't go there. Why is that not X'd? Uh,
Why can't the cross go here?
because there's a column clue.
Oh, what about
Okay,
here?
and so there's an X below it.
Ah, so
So
that can be
now I agree.
X'd.
Yeah, that we just hadn't marked the yeah. I did circle that to be X'd, but we didn't X it. But yeah, so that's blue.
Emma says we had more X's and took them out accidentally.
I see. I see. That makes a lot of sense. I'm just trying to like rescan the mini grid and see if there's any useful interactions that we can get from there. I don't blame you, David, but have a good evening, and I'll see you soon, hopefully. So this cell is either a corner or an X. Those are the only options. Oh, sorry.
It's either a corner or a T.
Oh, sorry. I misread the I misscanned it and thought it was that column. Never mind. Uh, but yeah, we don't, at least as we currently see it, I don't see any reason to be concerned about connectedness of the loop, which would require this to be a T. Uh,
Wouldn't it be nice to like assign these red X's to a layer and be able to turn that layer on or off? Don't give Sven ideas, Tristan.
hmm, I mean, I would like toggleable layers. That sounds good to me. corner. Oh, well, here's a point that maybe Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. It's not true. Uh, I know exactly one of the things in this column is a T, but I don't think that helps immediately unless it somehow helps with the count. Uh, one
Let's see.
straight line
Two T's in
somewhere.
here. That's not a T.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Paul Fly says we can argue that this can't go down. So if this goes down, then this has to be a corner. It can't be anything else. And these would have to be connected. And now we can't get out of the box without disconnecting the network.
I will choose to believe this.
So that doesn't go down, which means it does go up. And that is forced. And now that has to get out, and that's forced. And that's all our crossings.
Why didn't they connect? Was it just not? Did it just screw up the math?
There's no T's in row 1.
Ah, yes, that's why. Okay, yep.
So that's green. That's green.
Yeah, all those corners in row 1 are green.
These are green. That's green.
That is now green as well, the thing below it, because if it grew, it would...
Because we're out of crossings in this box, right?
Right.
Yeah. We've used our 2. This...
Don't know yet. I
Could
don't think.
easily be in. In fact,
Yep.
it might have to be in.
How many crossings have we used in box 4 now? 1, 2, 3. Vertical. 1, 2, 3 horizontal. So we've used 6, so we need 3 more. And we've committed to not using 2 of them by my count. So we get to pick 1 more not to use. Well, we're definitely not using either this one or this one because if we used one of them, if we used both of them, we'd make a T. Oh wait, I must be miscounting somehow. Because I'm getting the wrong number. Can you count?
The X's make it really hard.
So we're not using this one. We're not using that one.
Wait, not this one.
Oh, I guess we just don't use one more. So we just need to make this a corner, I guess is the point. Maybe it's not actually. I think the math isn't interesting. Uh,
Right, so it has to go right and down.
I don't think so. It
Unless
just has
this
to go
can be
one
a
way or the other.
cross.
That can be a cross. That's why it's not xed. Uh, that's true. That's true. Either
That's true.
way, I agree with
This
Matt Laffy. This is
always
always a
does
corner.
that, right? No
Yep.
matter what.
Yep. I guess that one we just know it's either a corner or it isn't. So we need 6 total crossings, which is not presently useful.
This puzzle is almost straight U-Bahn from here.
With the weird requirement that
That
these two
these
things
two
have the
boxes have the
same
same.
number, which is 4 or 8
Yep.
of things. Eh, We do have our 1 in the bottom right corner. I wonder if there's anything we can say about the 1 in the bottom right corner. Seems hard to say anything about it.
I think as soon as anything gets near there.
Uh,
So let's see, we have to have 2 T's and 2 corners in here. Ooh. If row 11, column 9, which is here, if this is gray, then this is gray by the 1 box.
and then that percolates back and makes this gray, and now we've removed too many cells. Agree? Because now this is a dead end, so it's gray, and now this is a dead end, so it's gray, but now you've removed a total of 4
4.
edges,
That's too many.
which is too
So this is
many.
blue.
Two T's. Still got our column with the 2 pluses. Can this cell really be a cross? Can we make the three work is my concern. Because we've already used two. I guess you can just do something like that even, and that even gets it down as low as two, so maybe it's okay.
It should be noted that we can have at most one gray cell in this box.
Hmm. Two straights in row 11. Hmm.
Two straights in row 5, of which we have one.
Yes, I have been tricked by this clue so many times because I keep looking at it and I keep thinking that the one is going to be useful, and it has so far stubbornly refused to be useful.
I think I might DX because it's making it hard to look at other things.
It is very difficult to look at other things with the Xing. I agree. Uh, yeah, Paul has a great point. Have we ever highlighted where we can put T in column 4? I know we've talked about it a lot. Because there aren't any yet.
Let's see. Do we know that any of these can't be a T?
You have to keep in mind that that five of these things are corners. So we have to be careful that we don't place T's that make these things not corners. Uh, but so like if this is a T, it makes the only none corner because it makes that a T. Uh, but I don't see an instant problem with that. Funnily enough, if this is a T, then this is also a T. So if this is a T, it takes care of the other T for us.
Okay, is there some edge counting we can usefully do?
Yeah,
We
I
do have
keep
to
scanning for it.
we do have to get up to 7 here.
And we have to stay at 5 here.
Though we've currently only used 1. Well, 2. Uh since this one has to go somewhere.
This one also has to go somewhere. So, kind of 3.
3. This business has to connect to the rest of the network at some point.
Mm-hmm. It tragically seems to have some amount of flexibility on how it's going to do that. Uh, I am I am unsure where I'm supposed to look at this point.
Yeah.
Uh,
Is Shintaro willing to give us a nudge?
uh, 1T somewhere. That box 5?
So we're supposed to look at what comes out of here, I guess? Well, like, if this comes down, then we don't get that edge. Didn't use horizontal U-Bahn clues.
Oh, like using the fact that we've used all the corners in row 5 or something?
We are out of corners in row 5.
So we do know that this segment, I was looking at this earlier, this segment definitely ends in a vertical T, but I don't think I know anything about that that would be interesting to say. Uh, Oh, it's being claimed this can't be a plus.
That's
That uses
4
4
crossings out of our
edges.
6.
Ah, there we go. Because this can't be a corner, so that uses all 6. And now you can't do it because of the corners, right?
Yeah.
Uh, okay. And so was what we knew that one of these two was a corner, or sorry, one of these two was a four-way?
Well, let's go back to this column. That's not a
That can't be a
four-way.
four-way.
That's not a four-way. That's not a four-way. Uh,
That's
that's
definitely
not a
not a four-way.
four-way.
Uh, this cell can't be a four-way because it breaks the 3. And this cell can't be a four-way because it breaks the 3. And what you just proved is, and by you, I mean Nat Laffy just proved is that this can't be a four-way.
So this is the four-way?
So that's the four-way.
Progress.
Okay, so that is 3 of the 6 edges, I guess.
Yep.
Uh, and I guess one of the 3 edges over in this box down here. Uh, but I don't know what to do with that. We do know this isn't a corner. It's not a four-way. So it is either a straight or a three-way. Uh, sadly, I don't think that gives us anything. Uh,
Mm, three-way. See, I guess that takes minimum 2. I mean, a three-way does take all our remaining crossings.
we only have 2 remaining crossings?
We have 3, but this thing has to get out. So it would be like that, right?
Or the other way?
Oh, if it's like this. No,
But I think it's
sorry.
possible that you have oh, sorry, that's a four-way. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a four-way. So maybe like this.
But you might have convinced me this doesn't work. Oh, maybe it does. No, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think it does. I think it requires a corner here. Uh, okay, so
Ah, yeah, because it can't be horizontal because then this can't be a corner, so it has to be a
right.
T, and now we've broken the bank.
Yep.
Uh, so it would definitely go vertical. Oh, I guess what we
And
could
not the
say
other
is
way.
we get this edge no matter what, I
Yeah,
think.
that's the point. Yeah,
Whether it's a
that's the
straight
point.
or a T, we get this edge.
Yes. So you could put that in green. Uh, okay, so now this is out, I think. Because if this cell's in, it can't be straight anymore.
Ah, that's
Oh,
for.
maybe that's not true.
Mm,
Because this would just be a T. Let's see. Can this be a T while this is a straight, or is that too many crossings? That's probably too many crossings.
Let's
Two,
see. We've
three,
already used
four,
one,
five,
two,
seven. I think that's
three,
seven.
four. So we get two more crossings. So
I think that's already seven, isn't it? Two, three,
yeah,
four,
that's seven. If we draw in
seven. Okay.
what you've shown.
So if
So does that
this is in, uh, then what is it? So it either, well, if this is in, it's not a corner, so it at least does that. But now I have to make one of these two
a
not
T,
a
not a straight?
not a straight by the clue in the row. And I've already used one, two, three, four, five, six things, and I can't do it because whichever one I make not a T, or sorry, whichever one I make a T is going to cost me a seventh line. So that means that
So
cell's just out.
so this has to go down.
Mm-hmm. And we can green a corner, I suppose. Uh, okay. So now we've currently used one, two, three, four of my six, I suppose. And we're going to use the fifth on getting this out of the box somehow.
Yeah, it could even like swing up around this way.
Yeah, something like that, presumably. Do we know anything more about where the second crossing is in column -3 now?
Oh,
So it could
well,
go
it could be
there.
here.
Yeah, could it be anywhere else?
Here, I think either of these is going to take too many, right?
Let's see. So if we do that, we've now used one, two, three, four. Ugh, I can't count this. Uh,
One, two, three, four, five, six. That's just six.
oh, but we can't do that anyway because there's already a four in the clue or four in the row. Uh,
Ah, no four there. Okay.
yeah. So it's
Uh,
not there. There would definitely break because there would be seven. Uh,
because we've used four and this would take three.
mhm. Uh, here, uh, might be okay, annoyingly. Uh, but we might want to experiment with it and see if it's really okay because I think all the other spots don't work. Because you definitely can't put it here because of the row clue. You can't put it here because it would break the three clue. Uh, maybe here is okay, actually. I'm not sure about that one. Uh, uh,
Yeah, here seems to be okay. Here may be okay, and here may be okay.
yeah.
So if we were to do that,
2, 3, 4, 5. Is that only 5 crossings in this box presently?
yeah.
But oh yeah, so we just have to pull.
And our sixth one will be getting this out. So actually, we
That
can't have any more. So this one has to come straight
does
out.
break because that you can't do that because of the
And
road
that's a
glue.
corner. So
Uh,
this can't
yeah.
be.
Uh,
So it's one of these two. We've pounded this
this
to
one
death.
is incredibly specific. Yeah, because keep in mind we've now used all of our three, so this would need to connect here right away. Uh,
And then these would need to get out of the box.
yep, would be our
This
one.
needs to connect here and be our one.
Uh,
Very
does it break?
specific.
Yeah, it is. It creates this this shape, but yeah, I don't see
Oh,
oh, Fushida says something got deleted when we were deleting red lines.
yes it did.
Oh, I see, I see.
Thank you.
Does that mean this can be a four-way now? Or no?
No, it can't be a four-way. I just accidentally deleted a
I see.
legitimate
Okay.
line.
Uh, is this really blue? Or is that a stray mark
This
too? Yeah.
this is blue.
Okay. Uh, oh, that was something like because of the four ways in the row or something?
Hmm.
Uh,
These three. Uh the cross is in one of them.
well, here's the sort of thing I would notate, but I don't know that you have a way to notate. This can't be a straight line. Uh, because if it was, it would put two straight lines in the row. Uh, actually, can we just prove that this just can't go down at all? Because if this goes down, I've used one of my things, and now I've got to get it out, which is going to take. Oh, I guess I could do that, couldn't I? One, two, three. Never mind. Uh, I'm trying to like get something out of the three that's useful, but I'm not sure I can get anything out of the three that's useful. Uh, it's possible that it's fine if that goes down, but if it does go down, uh, then it's not just a straight line. But that's maybe neither here nor there. Uh,
Does that mean it always connects right?
why can't it connect left?
Well, then what does this one do?
It can be a straight line.
And go where?
Oh, do we just not have enough to get it out of the box then? Yeah, I guess it's going to take two to get out of the box. Then it ends up in box 16, and that's a problem.
So I think these two always connect to each other.
Let us know, chat, if you don't believe that. Uh, my brain is pretty dead. Let's see. Joel asks if this can be in, which I was looking at, and I think if it is in, But that forces that, and now I've got to get these two out,
That's going to break
and
the bank.
it's going to break the bank. Yeah, so that we can certainly gray. Uh, does it get any better if I put this in? I guess because that lets me get this over here. Maybe now I can make it work. Uh, so maybe that's fine. Does it now break to put a plus here because of that connection? Because that would then be the only connection. No, I think that's what we drew in before. I
And
think is
that's
exactly
okay.
that. Yeah, all of that I think is fine. Uh,
Now, what I don't think we can do is do anything more with this.
oh, if we extend that down, then we've got to do something, and maybe that breaks.
Yeah, that has to go somewhere. But we only
And it,
have one more edge crossing,
yeah,
and
yep, I
that's not
agree.
going to
Okay,
work.
yeah, so that's done. Okay, and so now that's good because now this is out because that immediately uses three more if you put it in, and so then that's
Which means,
out. Okay. Uh, that seems beneficial. Though, yet again, I'm not sure it does anything. Uh, but hey, at least it's a deduction, I
it's
suppose.
progress.
Uh, okay, and we know it's in a four-way. We still got our one line to find somewhere in this row. Our one corner to find somewhere in this row. Okay, so here's another thing that I noticed before, but I didn't bother saying because it didn't seem useful. I think one of, oh, not quite. I was gonna say I think one of these two is always a corner, but it's not quite true. Because this could be, yeah, it would have to be that if that wasn't the case, but that's okay, I think.
Okay, let's look at
Uh,
that because that forces every other cell in this column to be a corner. So we'd have
in
that,
what column?
this column.
Oh yeah, okay.
Only one of these cells gets to not be a corner. Exactly one
Right.
of these cells
That
is
was
not a
basically
corner.
what I was starting to do was to notice that like if this isn't a corner, uh then yeah, we've got to make all of these other things corners, but we've got to also be
Although we could potentially like do that instead.
yeah, it looks okay to me on at face value at least. Uh it's possible that that's too many crossings, that if neither of these is a corner,
Well, how many crossings was that? I should draw that back in.
let's draw that in. How many crossings are we at? Uh, two, three, four, five, six, seven. I think that's exactly seven. Uh, but all of this is only by way of, even if we prove this, we're only proving that one of these two is a corner, so that can't be a corner, but that doesn't even like say that much, unfortunately. But it would be nice to be able to prove anything about which of these is not a corner. Uh, but maybe that is beyond our power. Uh,
Okay. Still need another cross in this row.
and I think we had 3 places that it could go.
Yeah, I think it was literally these three.
Any chance we can rule any of them out? Like the leftmost one, maybe? I don't see anything wrong with it, unfortunately. I keep trying to use the like no corners in column 7, but it doesn't seem to do anything that I can find. Uh, let's see. And if the 4 is on this side, does it make the thing be 8 or something like that? That would be interesting. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't see what we're supposed to do
I
next.
also do not.
If Shintaro wants to give us another hint, I will take another hint. Uh, I would like to finish the puzzle, but
Yeah, we've got about half an hour to finish the puzzle.
uh, box 8.
This one.
I don't think that's box 8. I think that's box 10.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Okay, so
Okay.
we're row 2, column 4. Oh yeah, yeah. Sorry, that's right. Yeah, the box 8 that we got to. Uh,
Okay.
so Shintaro recommends Xing dotted lines that definitely can't be crossed. Uh,
Let's see. We are at 4 already.
we've got 2 more. I don't feel like I immediately know any that can't be crossed.
So yeah, we have 4. Uh we have 4 edges left that could be crossed. 2 of them are crossed, 2 of them are not. This one, this thing is going to cross an edge getting out.
Mm-hmm.
So in particular, this thing is going to cross this edge or this edge.
I guess if this goes this way, it definitely crosses that edge, because if it goes that way without crossing that edge, then we create a problem, which is a I don't know that I know how to pencil mark that, but
Right,
if
because
this
we
goes this way and doesn't keep going, then it's going to go down and it's going to create the corner problem. Uh, so if that goes that way, it goes all the way there. Uh, I don't think that creates anything interesting though. Uh,
Then where are we getting our last edge crossing?
I mean, we don't know that this doesn't also go this way, do we?
Mm,
Uh,
so if we were to cross this one, then this can't be a corner.
row 4, column 5, 10.
This.
Okay, why can't that be crossed?
Okay, if this were crossed,
It would create a corner, I see. In the row that's not allowed to have a corner.
right.
Okay, so I'm happy to put that X in. Well, you should put the X in green since it's a real X. Let's see. And now if we make that connection, we run into the same problem, purportedly.
Yeah, we would have to make this a T and now we're out.
Yep.
So that doesn't get crossed. So this,
So now we virtually have our last straight for this row because either this is straight or it isn't, in which case this is straight.
so no more straights in this
So
box.
this is not straight and it's not a corner. So this is a three-way or a four-way, uh, which I'm not sure says anything. Uh, I mean, I guess it says something about how many of the crossings we're using in this box with that. Uh, because it's connecting to at least two places. Plus, we've already used one place there. That's three. Uh, let's see. The Kajito wants us to say, does this always go right? Uh,
Oh,
I,
yeah, it's actually this. How is this connecting?
through the four-way or not through the four-way?
Oh, right, if this is a four-way.
Right.
If
I think
this
those are the
goes right,
two
this is a
worlds, and I
four-way.
don't know that there's anything that we're not allowed to do in the worlds.
Oh, is the point that if this goes left, we still need one more crossing, and so the only crossing we can take is going right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We still need one more
Are there
crossing, and this is the only one we can take now.
Why can't we take this one?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Uh, is it really possible that this actually connects here? Is my next question. Because if so, we've used one edge, two edges. Uh, we know that this is going to grab at least one more, so that would be three. Maybe that's fine.
So I want to pursue
Uh,
Matt Laffey's point, which is that if we do this, that's going to break this box.
how is it going to break the box?
That's an interesting
Oh,
question.
is the problem going to be that both of these are three or fours now because of the row? So both of those have at least two extensions into this box. Uh, plus
Yeah,
that would be all the edges that we got, and so that would strand this. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay,
yeah,
I agree that doesn't work.
which
Okay, so
means
this is
which means
out.
this edge doesn't get crossed.
Yeah, so this cell
So
is
this is just
gray,
gray, but we still need two more edges, and now we only
and there
have
are
two.
only two. Yeah.
So we immediately get that.
Okay, and so now this is not the plus, I think is how that math worked out, but double check that that's correct.
Uh,
Oh yeah, there's no threes here. Uh, yeah, so this is not a T, so this is just done. You can even use that if you want to say that now this is not the four-way, so this is the four-way. Which should do a lot now.
yeah,
Uh,
because we've now used all of our crossings in this box.
yep,
So we have to get out and out. That
that's a corner.
is
So
out.
no
Now
more
we've used
crossings in
all our
that box.
crossings in this box. So these are all done. These are out. These are out. Now we're into that box.
This
Good.
is now a straight line, so you can
Agree.
extend it. You can orange this straight line clue because that was our last straight. These are green. Uh-oh. Matt Laffey says we screwed something up. We have too many grays in box 8. Isn't row 10, column 7. Row 7, column
Row
10.
7, column 10. Okay. This. Oh, we didn't know this was gray. Back up. These are gray.
Oh, yeah, I was worried about that, but then I checked 3 times that this wasn't a problem, that this was actually justified, and didn't go back and checked that the one up there was justified. Yep, you're completely right. Those are definitely not green. Those are blue.
Sorry.
Uh, this is a straight line, and you can green all of that. And then we can re-orange this. Yeah, you greened this, but I think this isn't greenable. No, it is. That's fine. Oh, that's not row 10, column 10, though. That was greenable. This wasn't greenable, I think, is what was being claimed.
Yeah, it could be a T.
Uh,
Matt Laffey says this puzzle should be done by midnight.
there's a chance. Uh,
Okay. We only... Ah, this was our one corner for this row.
okay, that's good to know. So now this is now a T. Okay, so that's huge.
That, yeah.
So now everything else here is really a corner. So you can center mark them as 1 if you want. That's my convention for is a corner.
Juan, we are UTC -6, so it is 6:21 p.m. here. Uh, yes, this is a corner.
I don't think that's a well,
Oh, it's
it is a
totally a
corner.
corner.
We don't know which way it goes. But you could mark it as a 1 if you want for all of these, is what I would do. Uh, this, however, is green. You can mark. And this is a T because there are no more corners in the row.
Nice. Which means there's no more T's in this column. Because it makes both of these. Oh,
You
this
don't
could
know
be a
if that's a
4.
T or not.
No, we do,
But you
because it
can
can't be a
you
four-way.
can fill in the T. Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, so but fill in the T.
Yeah, so that's green because of this.
Okay, and so now we know which way this
And now
corner
that's
turns.
orange.
Yep,
So this one
is
can't be a
green. Oh,
T.
sorry, no, it can't be a T, but it could be a crossing. But we can at least fill in this. We know which way it goes. And then we should probably count this box's thingy things. Blue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is going to take a 7th on its way out, I think. You can double count.
Yes.
Uh, oh,
So we can
this
have no
shouldn't be
more internal
green.
crossings. What?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can X the remaining internal crossings. Not that one. Remember, we counted the one that this is going to
right.
take on its way out.
This. So we can't cross this, is what we're
Right,
saying.
and you can't cross this either, which gives you a straightaway.
Okay, so that's done.
That's done.
And it is...
Also, this is done, is also very relevant. And so this is gray.
So this is not the... so yes, one of these is the cross. So this is definitely in, and this is definitely in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This box is going to struggle to get up to 8 crossings. It's just possible, I think. No, because these both have to be corners. So they can only take uh one more crossing each. So
So that's
we've
5 we didn't use, and so that means it is a 4.
so sorry.
So
These
yes,
are
2
fours.
here. One of these isn't used. One of these isn't used, and that one isn't used. Okay, and so now knowing that this other cell is a 4 is probably useful for the question of which of these things is a 4-way, because it's,
Right. This one's going to be tough.
I guess both of them are going to be tough, actually.
They're both going to be tough.
Actually, that might be the only one that works. Uh, uh, I didn't say whether they went left or right. I just said they didn't go both ways. Usual. If I'm responding to the thing I think I'm responding to. I was just saying one of these two. One of these two.
We did the
Uh,
Octoquadri.
Good to have completed one Octoquadri on the Octoquadri challenge stream. Uh,
Yeah, so I think we should look more at this box now that we know it's a
and we
4.
know that one of these two is a 4-way. Yeah, if this is
Yeah.
if this is the 4-way, then we know it has to sort of keep going straight in both directions, and this becomes a corner. That might be okay as far as these things go. And if it's the other one, you can draw that in real quick and see if we can see what would happen. The one needs to connect somewhere to get out.
This would have to
And
go down into this
yep,
box,
and
and this would
these two
have
would
to
have to
connect
connect.
here, and these would have to get out of the box. Uh, hmm.
When we didn't keep any lines that
Oh, but
weren't
either
real, right?
way, Matt Laffey pointed out that either way, uh, this was connected in both worlds.
Correct. Because it's not a corner, and it being a 3-way would consume too many things.
Oh,
Ah, yeah, okay, yeah. That's a great spot from Isabella.
uh,
We've actually now used in this thing, we've now used all of our pieces. There's one here, and the 2 horizontal ones from our corners. So you can put X's on every vertical piece through this box.
which means these are out.
Mm. It certainly means that one's out.
Well, how's this one going to be in?
Can't it be a corner?
That would make this a T.
Just put in the X's to start. And then we'll go one piece at a time. And so you also get to put an X here, which is very important. That one's going to be very useful. And so now this is done. And so finish row 12 because row 12 still needs 2 T's and a corner. So now these are both T's. They both go up, and that's a corner.
Got it.
Okay. Uh,
This one's definitely out.
that one's definitely out. So now this one we know goes through here. So now this is done and it's a straight line.
Yeah, these are both done.
Yep. And now this one can't be a straight line because it would make three straight lines in the row. So that one is either a T or a turn. So 1, 3. Could it even be a cross? Maybe it can even be a cross. 1, 3, 4. Uh, let's see. Okay. So now this column, you contend we've used all of our T's.
Which we have.
And so are you claiming you know this isn't a four-way or something? Have we counted this 7 recently? Uh,
And we should probably count this 7.
oh yeah, João has the much easier point. This just is the straight line because that's the only place that could be a straight line.
Oh, right, because we need one.
Right. So when I said this one can't be, I should have said the corollary is that this one is because there is no other place to put it. Uh, and so therefore this we now know it's not a straight line, and so it is well,
Definitely
it at least
connects.
goes left.
Right.
So it always makes that connection, and then whether it also decides to be a T is a matter of personal choice. This is orange now, and I guess you can orange this whole row while we're oranging. Uh, okay, that is one edge we've chosen not to use definitively in this box. Uh,
I mean, you can't
I'm
cross
just
onto a green
counting.
cell.
Right. I'm only counting because I'm trying to count to 3. Uh, I wouldn't normally mark that, but oh, this is not a straight line. We have a clue that tells us, so it has to extend at least one direction. Oh, in fact, it extends exactly one direction. This is definitely a T. It's just a question of which way it T's, and I don't think I have any way of answering that question. Uh, this has to be in because if it was out, we would remove a fourth cell from the thing. So it's in of some sort,
We would
and it's
remove.
not a
Because we've
line.
already got it.
Yep.
In. Okay. One of these take the last two crossings in the box. So the rest of the crossings in this box are not possible.
Wait, what?
One of these is a four-way, and it's going to take the last two crossings in the box.
Ah, yes, yes, very smart.
So we can X all of these crossings. Which means this is just done.
It does mean that. And the thing below it is just done as well. And there is still a T in this row, and there's precious few places that it can be. Uh,
It can't be here. It can't be here. Uh, oh, right. Can't be here. That can't be a T. Just a four-way, possibly. So one of these two is a T. Which means these two cells are always both in and they're connected. Ah, shit, it doesn't mean that. No, well, it means this cell is always in.
Yes.
If this is a T, no, it means they're both in and they're connected. I was right.
Yep, you're right. If this goes this way, does it rapidly break as I fill in these things, or is that all totally fine? That's probably all totally fine. Uh,
This can't be a corner by the column clue.
that's good to know. And so the only thing it can be is a T.
The only thing it can be is a T. Good spot, cogito.
Excellent.
So that's done. Now this is not a T.
Mm-hmm. Can make this blue, I suppose. Okay, has that done anything to resolve the mystery of what our box looks like?
Isabella has a question.
Didn't we already have a line in that cell?
Yeah. So this is our four-way. And now we don't get any more crossings in this box.
Good.
And so these are out.
Mm-hmm. We already had that cell marked as in, Isabella, for a while, I think. If there was an error, it was a while before that, I think. However, Isabella has solved the puzzle, so perhaps we should rewind a little and just double check.
Uh,
Uh,
oh, was I just wrong? We're talking about this cell, right?
I think the argument was if it's out, then uh oh, we have an error. We have a worse error than that. Uh I think row 7 column 4. No? If row 7 column 4 is wrong, then we've got I think this is irrecoverable. Uh uh
If row 7 column 4 is wrong, I think we're doomed.
yeah. Well, there was an attempt. Uh but yeah,
I
there's no way we're reversing that far uh to try to
Yeah, cuz
adjust that, I think, because
that
that
was
was a
that was
long
ages
time ago.
ago.
Uh yeah, yep. Alas. Well, we got close. We got the Octoquadri solved. We'll count that as a half win. Uh uh
Yeah.
uh yeah, I think we didn't know that this no, I don't even know what
I
we
have
screwed
no
up
idea.
exactly. Uh Even looking at it now, I feel like I could prove it, but oh, this cell could have been a T. Uh yeah, so I think there were a few tragedies in there.
Well, that cell can't be
Uh
a T unless we go even way farther back.
yeah, yeah, the yeah, I think we
Yeah, we screwed it up a long time ago is the
oops. Well, it happens. But I think we are going to call it for the day there. So thank you for joining us, everyone.
yeah, for the
Uh,
5 of you who are still here. uh
uh,
yes, thank you.
yes, do please like the stream. Yes,
No, we have been doing the puzzle for over 4 hours. Uh
yes,
yeah, it's on.
the the connection just broke my brain in a way that did not work well. The counting the number of it's like such a cool idea, but my brain just could not count it. I think if I feel like if I set a puzzle with this, maybe my brain would wrap a little better around the idea of counting the things, like the thing, the uh could try it again in 2 weeks as a U-Bahn. That is right. I do hear that Ranks might have a U-Bahn thing coming up for the Sudoku Adventure series. So I mean that's usually 6x6s, but I think Ranks would take a 4x4 submission to the Sudoku Adventure series. So I think this would be good for that. Uh, yeah, the
Alas, I think we're going to have to abandon this puzzle. But
the Octoquadri. That
we
is true.
solved the Octoquadri.
Uh,
So as far as the Octoquadri challenge went, it was a success.
very nearly almost. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We'll be back on Sunday with more Octoquadri. Uh, Fear not, this was not the only Octoquadri U-Bahn. So if you're disappointed that the U-Bahn is over, fear not. It is not over. There will be more. Uh, but thank
There's
you,
still a
Shintaro.
lot of
Sorry that
challenge
we
left.
messed up the one little bit there, but I will see everyone next time. Uh, Last but not least, I think I'm supposed to thank the turbines. Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plunktime, and Tyson. Thank you so much for your support. I'll see you all soon. Uh, Thanks for watching. Bye for now.